I didn't forget to unmute, you forgot to unmute. Hello, welcome everybody. My name is Mitsuna Madoy, I'm a forensic scientist who is a side character in a series of mystery novels who took up streaming as part of a complex legal gambit to con my employer into giving me more days off. And today we're back with more Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1. Last episode, this guy who was an artist, despite his outfit, came in to give us an invitation from Mr. Vogel, the art gallery owner, to ask us about something he didn't particularly see fit to tell us what it was. Today, we're going to go find out what it was. Right after we step outside, so that we might hail a cab. So that we might actually journey to the hotspot. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it should be on an intersection coming up soon. At hereabouts. I overshot it. Is this the place? It's certainly palatial enough. And I can interact with the door, that's always a good sign. Excusez-moi.
Mr. Holmes, you came! Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other.
Right, you've got to install some lights in this place.
Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
Is
An
it
enigma
afoot,
to solve.
perhaps?
A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized.
Oh, a locked room.
I have no clue how it was possible.
It's rare for a modern, non-Japanese writer of any shade to actually attempt one of these. I guess they're considered old hat, but I thought it had a soft spot for them.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
Alright, tell me what happened. Spare no detail.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
Heard a noise but paid no attention. Walter, you say that, but everyone does it several times a day. It's
I wish I
only
could
in
show you the
hindsight when you
gallery under different
notice.
circumstances, but life is beautiful in its unpredictability, isn't it?
Okay, wheels are already spinning in my brain. He said vandalism, but the specific issue that happened was that something was burned. Now, when it comes to locked room mysteries, the first question you should always ask is not how, but why. If they're trying to make it look like the victim died of suicide or accident, that's one thing, but nobody died in this case, so obviously the first suspicion would be a human culprit. But, well, I've been around the block enough times to know a decent few ways a fire can get started accidentally. By Edvard Munch. Edvard Munch was, of course, the subject of the prelude special episode of Detective Conan leading into movie 22? No, I think I'm overshooting. I think it was definitely movie 18 or 19, The Sunflowers of Inferno, which is one of the worst movies in the series. Guardian Spirit of the Waters by Odilon Reedon. Can't say I'm familiar with this one. The Yellow Christ. You shouldn't eat the Yellow Christ. They serve him at communion. Grave of a Suicide Victim by Wilhelm Kotabinski. I come from a family of artists, in case you can't tell. I'm a disappointment to them, I assure you. Pub for Moses and Stephen IV by Jean-Paul Laurens. Objection! Your Honor, there's a massive contradiction in the witness's testimony. What, no plaque for this one? Okay. And no plaque for that one either. Okay, I believe we have sufficiently appreciated the artistic wares on display here. Okay, I've already got myself all turned around. Which of these is the way we came in? Lunch on the Grass by Edouard Manet. Bollington from Behind by Charles Chatelet. Just in case you got the impression that art is somehow classier when it's not on the internet.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
The Origin of the World by Gustave Courbet.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry?
Okay, I know why they did it, like, out of character, but why is there a plant directly in front of the art? Seems counterintuitive. The Apparition by Gustave Moreau. I wish there were a better way to examine the artistic wares up close. My gosh. A floating shopping list! I'm not a shopping list. I'm a ghost. There's close to renovation. Something of that nature.
I wish I could show you the gallery under different circumstances, but life is beautiful in its unpredictability, isn't it?
Okay, this is the way we came in. This door does not open. This door does not open. I imagine this is the way we were meant to go. This door does not open. Guess we're gonna have to just go to the crime scene. The A.C. Swinburne room.
Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
Bruce, no!
A simplistic attempt at provocation.
Okay, I don't think that's fire damage. Suppose it is at this point beyond question that something's in here.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John.
Sherlock will accept company nevermore. My god. Dead Tom is dead. That's creepy.
A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane.
Okay, well, there goes my first theory. Oh, it's Lord Byron.
Sodden and mold-ridden. One presumes deliberately.
Yes, if we're going to continue investigating from the why, Walter, I think you have a pretty good idea. Now, when it comes to like totally directionless crimes of passion like this, the first
Sodden and
impulse is
mold-ridden. One
always
presumes deliberately.
to look for something that they did want and assume everything else was cover.
The parasites of creativity. Or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests. Saturn devouring his son. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet somehow beautiful.
Yes, Walter, this one. Yep. The image is horrifying, but the face is hilarious. You know, I don't think I've been the same ever since I first found out that the red with white spots mushrooms from Super Mario Bros. Are specifically patterned after a real-life hallucinogenic. Okay, what have we here? Fire damage. A cigarette.
Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache.
Okay, that's so deliberate. I want to suspect it's planted, but I don't think we should be getting ahead of ourselves. We can also see that it's somebody in the habit of chewing their cigarettes.
A Malpao butt. Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing.
Walter, I think we're onto something. Fragile chain. So we're looking at a rudimentary case of art theft from a locked room, mind you. Fairly likely. Would someone with coal fingerprints really be able to mastermind all of this and not leave fingerprints anywhere else? One must ask oneself. Okay, according to this, we're done here. The Oscar Wilde room. Saturn devouring his son. Stairs back up. If you get lost. The I.Y. Franco room. There's a bed down here. With chains that I, given our artist proclivity, are of the kinky type, not the imprisonment type, though I may yet be proven wrong.
Old, and hasn't been used for a long time.
So there's coal here with a furnace, but it hasn't been used. 29-inch stride, plus 24
The left
inch...
step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame.
Right. What does that tell us? No relation between these 2 points.
Closed with a metal bolt.
Scratches from magnets. Interesting. Footprints on the inside.
Footprints. Size 9.5.
Well, that's a disappointing solution to the locked room. Didn't even incorporate a length of fishing wire. Alright. I mean, I guess if the doors are all locked, you do what you gotta do, but... Alright. Our boy did not come in through the door. We've already been over this. So process elimination dictates that's probably our our client arriving to discover what's what. As entertaining as it would be, this is not Masahiro Imamura's Death Among the Undead, so our culprit probably isn't a zombie. I doubt... Pretty sure there is an external culprit we're looking for. Paintings are missing, and again... Given that Vogel did... Okay, first off, Walter, why scratches? Because, as Sherlock mentioned when we first took a gander at the thing, it is locked from this side. And the scratches, we can tell because we have extremely good eyesight, were left by a magnet, so that explains how our boy got in. Now, what the game is proposing here is fairly interesting. We already have one instance of Vogel Vaughn. What is your name? What is your name? And don't lie to me, because I'll know. Vogel. Do you already have one interest of Vogel deliberately sending somebody after us? To craft a mysterious story. But granted, this is significantly better developed than the last one. But I don't know how much better. Am I overthinking things? The one thing that is making me lean towards the idea that this was all a setup meant to distract us is the absence of coal fingerprints anywhere other than on the cigarette, and the absence of coal footprints anywhere other than immediately away from this area. 2 steps and then it's clean.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okay, I guess leaving magnet scratches on the inside of the locked area is a bit much, even for Vogel.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okay, there were coal fingerprints on here, so I guess the culprit... Depending on when... Vogel did say he didn't do a particularly thorough search of the room, so I guess our culprit, if they couldn't get out via the chimney, could have hidden in here until Vogel left with the door unlocked. It's a risk, but not the riskiest thing I've ever seen involved in a locked room case.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room, but the vandalism was a cover for the theft.
Yeah, well, that went disappointingly quickly. It's not the worst locked room I've ever seen, but the culprit just leaving coal fingerprints and footprints everywhere really spoiled the game. I almost feel bad for the poor bastard. Now we know his favorite brand of cigarettes, his shoe size, that he has a limp, and which leg it's in. Sure, Sherlock's how to reduce his height from the length of his stride.
The pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
Death, mushrooms. Mushrooms aren't particularly decadent.
Extravagant paintings have been left to rot in a basement. A commentary on decay and the crumbling of society, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
I think they're both overselling their own cases. I'm a man of science, but I appreciate a good painting as much as the next guy. Now, how do we answer this? I mean, I feel like it'd be out of character for Holmes to lie after everything he just said to the man, and, this is probably the easiest case we've faced thus far.
Mr. Vogel, I have confirmed that the intruder was an average-sized, flexible Malpal smoker with a limp. As it happens, the vandalism was a cover. The true intent was to steal a painting without your knowledge. The fact is, one of the pieces from the Wild Room is not in the wreckage.
What? That is extraordinary.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
So we're looking for a emotional motive of some sort. Your visitor is certainly unique.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
Maybe it's not an emotional motive. Maybe we're looking at a Da Vinci Code situation. Personal favorite picture. Of the paintings hanging in the gallery here today, or just, like, in general, Walter?
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Can put on Miura?
Well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The
Part of a
works depict
series, it's a Da Vinci
sex,
Code situation.
violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
From what you saw in the basement there, I think I like Grave of a Suicide the best. I appreciate the symbolism of the blood running on top of the grave, and it's... I mean, I'm not an art snob, but I think it comes closest to my preferred style. Although the Yellow Christ is also pretty nice, even though it's a pretty different painting.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news. Or at least with a good story.
Right? So, to the records office. If I can just remember where it is. That's not the place. That is... I can never remember where City Hall is. Is it here in Old City? Is this the Old City case? There you are, that's the observation point. Why are my eyes so bad?
I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Okay, which of these is the... Alright, let us step outside and hit up the records room. Eastern Grand Surrey, Cordona Chronicle, the Polizia Station. She's somewhere around here. Oh, and I was looking at it earlier. You fool. You absolute no good, Nick. Slassia Yacht Club. The old ruins. Church of St. Nick. Home. Why are my eyes so bad? Church, City Hall. That is not the image I would have guessed City Hall would use. But we're here now.
A contest for the guests of Cordona. Find hidden treasure.
Part of the governor's commitment to increasing tourism among Cordona, the City Hall is excited to announce a treasure hunt event. Excuse me, I completely forgot to do my voice. As part of the governor's commitment to increasing tourism on Cordona, the City Hall is excited to announce a treasure hunt event. The challenge consists of 3 stages, each consisting of 8 photographic clues to the location of hidden treasure boxes. Once the participant has collected all 8, he or she must return and collect the clues for the next set of treasures. Yeah, there's yet another side quest we can do once we run out of locked rooms and moitas. And locked room moitas, even. Excuse me, madame. I keep forgetting to use a Sherlock vision on people who are actually, like, fixed characters. It's foolish of me. For sake, you only picked up that much. Right, which way were the archives? This way. Okay. Citizens from Old City. Search by occupation. If maybe the whole person of means or interest or whatever they said deal was meant to be a hint to check the newspapers. Don't you have anything to say to me? Right now, which of these damned old buildings is the Chronicle? You have a limp. Are you suspicious? And plays poker. This doesn't seem like a petty poker debts crime.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you.
Might as
Mr.
well.
Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
Might as well.
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation and return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Cordona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the eel's warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering. Because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Ertl, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
Cool. Can I use your archive? Celebrities from the old city who are recent. Brawl at artist sellout. The past week has brought us a new scandal regarding the local so-called autistic higher society. It all began at the painting sellout named by local artists as the Dance of Decadence. The director of a publishing house, the Lion, Darren Turwick, broke the ideal by throwing a chair at a decadent artist, Boniface Mercurio. As Mr. Turwick said later, he did it because Mr. Mercurio brought dishonor to his name. The column writer graciously reminds the reader that recently Mr. Mercurio was spotted with Mrs. Turwick at a coffee shop. Afterwards, an orchestra conductor, Kurt Gallagher, smashed a painting across Mr. Turwick's head to protect his friend Mercurio. A large brawl started, including a large number of the customers. After a protracted fight, the police arrived. All the high society brawlers were arrested and placed under guard for a week. What a breathtaking event it was. As your loyal personal advisor, I suggest that you obtain a souvenir from the cell. Pick up. I suggest that you obtain a souvenir from the sellout. Unfortunately, it has since ended, but Boniface Mercurio himself invites all readers to visit his home and purchase one of his paintings. You will find him at the address Hermes Avenue between Scarlet Street and Olive Street in Old City. I did done do that. Okay. Hermes Avenue between Scarlet and Olive Streets. It's not far. I don't think it is. It's not far from where we started. Bakery Street, Olive Street, Scarlet Street, so somewhere hereabouts. Yeah, got the warehouses, I know. And you know what, as long as we're in the area, let's see what the police need us to do on their behalf. 'Cause they can't handle it themselves. Excuse me, Ossifer. The eels are a gang of smugglers operating between Cordona and Italy. Working with local fishermen under the illegal name Cordona Fish Company, they stuff the fish with heisted gold to be covertly transported to Italy. Okay, we have a decent amount of stuff. Right, there was a bulletin board in here. What do you want? I'm not even gonna look at that. We have shit to do. I'll probably dedicate an entire stream just to doing side quests. Actually, at the rate we're going, maybe I'll probably have to devote a few streams just entirely to side questery. Art trader. Alright, I'm curious. I mean, I guess if you think open world detective game, this is about what you'd expect. Alright, what does the art trader want from Little Olm? Monsieur Holmes. Actually, like, now that I think about it, okay, so there is a professional Japanese to English book
Tired of your garden view? Visit my shop and refresh it.
Money do we
My
have?
goods will brighten up your house.
There's a professional Japanese to English, like, novel translator by the name of Ho-Ling Wong, who has a personal blog. I got money. Where he primarily publishes reviews of mystery fiction that have
Enjoy
not
your purchase.
been translated into English, and occasional
Masterpieces by
Dutch.
Lop. My goods will brighten up your house.
I'm cultured, see? Oh, wait, I'm just buying back, it's just another case of us buying back our own stuff. Map of London. Violet's Pool irreplaceable. It's just like outside, but without all the murder.
Enjoy your purchase.
Anyway, if I can stop interrupting myself for 5 seconds, there is a book that Ho-Ling, literally selling other family portraits, art, and decorations. There's a book Ho-Ling reviewed where the gimmick is that it's set in a VR, and the story is half set in a VR game that is a VR mystery game with an elaborate level development, like user-created game level development section, like Doom if it was a murder mystery instead of a shmup. And, I mean, it was just a review, so it didn't go super deep into how the game actually worked within the bounds of the... Oh, the map's getting pretty busy. Within the bounds of the kayfabe. But apparently the author, who went to the same university as Ho-Ling during his time abroad, has background in game development, so it had a lot of verisimilitude to it. I'm excited. I'm excited as though there's like a noteworthily good chance. Where is this place? It's not far. Yeah. Yeah, Kia Hoja was... I don't know why I spent so much time on Ho-Ling's blog. I always come away angry at all the stuff I'm not getting. Oh, the pain of being a Japanophile. Southern Grand Saray. Here we are. The Hava Watchtower. Let's have a... Have a nice day, lol, got him! What's the best way to get around this place? Go forward, then hook to the left on Scarlet Street.
Selam.
Thread that needle. Yeah. Right up here. Thought I saw an interaction mark, but I guess it was just a trick of the water. Right, residence of Boniface Mercurio. This doesn't look like a front entrance. But this certainly looks like the place. Unless this isn't a residential building at all. Nope, nope, yeah, I'm right.
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report you to the police.
Alright, I see where this is going. Gonna have to put on... What's your story? I suppose it would defeat the point to change because right in front of her. I guess from the outfit that you're... either like just Eastern European getup, or if there's like an artists or bohemians getup that I am not seeing, that I haven't seen in my previous checks. Because I'm already dressed pretty gentlemanlike, so that's not it. Okay, which of these places have I already cleared out? I don't remember. Alouette, jante, alouette, alouette, jante de marais. Fortunately for our bank account, some money just spontaneously manifests in Holmes's pocket every time you complete a mission.
Exquisite furniture for your home.
I cleared you out already.
Sorry, I've nothing to offer you at present.
Did I also finish up with the clothes merchant?
Come closer and try something on. You won't regret it. The finest clothes for the finest citizens.
What do you sell that I don't already own? We own the white suit. We own this Ottoman vest. Do we go for the intellectual look? Because... Nah, if fine finery... Yeah, if this really fine finery is what we're looking for...
Of course. Think it over. Take your time.
Then that's probably not it, because Mercurio, as we all
For the
know,
finest citizens.
stays poor on purpose. Oh wait, we've only got
Of
We only got
course.
69
Think it
monies left. Maybe we should be a bit smarter with our finances than that. Could go raise up some money by doing, like, mini quests, but I don't particularly feel like it.
Garden's much prettier, don't you think? I bet the memories are all flooding back now.
Hold on. Hold on, this won't take long. Wait, that was everything we kept in the yard? Oh, we got to keep the elephant. That's fun.
I imagine Goliath was surprised to find out his lady was not real.
Yeah, I always loved how previous Frogwares games demonstrated the way Sherlock kept trophies from almost every case he ever worked.
Ah, the best place for reading.
Really, it's awful noisy out. I'm the sort of person who can't read without absolute focus. And a good position. And a good book.
Ah, yes. We were sword fighting in this very spot.
And that time, I was the winner.
So, as your victory prize, you asked me to fulfill a wish. I remember we did something the very next night, John, but what was it?
Big iron.
We brought a cage with us. You insisted it must be made of iron.
That's because we were preparing to hunt fairies in our garden. Everyone knows iron is the only thing that can hold them.
And I was distinctly uncomfortable.
It's cold iron that keeps fairies, not just iron specifically.
It was a disguise, of course. Fairies are easy to scare off, unless you're incognito.
And every trap needs bait.
And of course, the specific definition of cold iron is hotly debated among occultists.
We brought honey and a glass of warm milk.
After 2 hours lying in wait, we noticed movement in the bushes. The fairies appeared at last.
No, it was just Isolde the pig. She was lured by the smell of honey and milk, and ate every last drop. Isolde belonged to Mr. Sim in Miner's End and escaped regularly. At least twice a month we would see him searching for her all over the island.
Yeah. This entire side quest is, I'm almost certain, a reference to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle himself, who, despite being famous as the author of one of the most logical characters ever created, was himself very easily suckered by spiritualists and once fell hook, line, and sinker for a fairy sighting hoax that was literally just some cardboard cutouts stood up and then taken photos of. You know, the duality of man. Yeah, I mean, they're exciting. Spiritual things can be very exciting if you're a skeptic. I guess I don't
done, Sherry.
disagree.
The hall now looks much as it did in our youth.
Yeah, there aren't that many
Brings back
furniture.
fond memories.
Wait, who? Okay, I know we bought the furniture, the carpet, the paintings, but who fixed the walls and swept the floors and that's, I was about to make a crack about that door, but that is just a mental representation of our mental blocks, so it's fine.
Home sweet home, Sherry.
Anyway, like I was saying, I'm all over the place today. I don't disagree that spirituality can be exciting, but honestly, I find taking it apart like that more exciting. Yeah, I love a good seance debunking sequence. Like, well, in the first case of this game, or in the Detective Conan case, the seance's double locked room murder, or the Detective School Q case with the two brothers and the mother who died in a plane crash. Okay, there's what we're looking for.
We used to take a shortcut down the banisters, much to everyone's annoyance.
Oh yeah, what fun. They had to fix these handrails several times. I wouldn't try it now, Sherry. Tempting though it is.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough reminiscing for one day. Let's stand somewhere where we can't be seen by any windows. and change into something. Oh, that's same, but sometimes it could be interesting to just explore ancient rituals and beliefs without going too deep into them. That's different. If we're talking about like historical perspectives, like religious studies, that I'm all about. Yeah, actually, one of the authors, just turning off kayfabe for a second, one of the authors I named myself after, Shinzo Mitsuda, I became interested in because he wrote mysteries that featured that sort of like historiographic perspective. Criminal chic, merchant's attire. Yeah, his stories are all set in. And not the police cap. Peaky Blinders are set in like rural mountain villages. Yeah, no hat works for us. No glasses work for us. And they all feature like crimes patterned after like local like Shinto religious rituals, and even though the answer is always, a human culprit did it by mundane means, the answer always involves like an understanding of like why the ritual exists from a historiographic perspective. Yeah, let's be old. And this is the best we're getting without swinging by any additional clothing shops. And Miner's End is the poor district, not particularly ethnic, more... I don't like that you have to step outside your room every time you want to go out and... Every time you want to go out to a fast travel point. Do I look in place here? Shona? Yeah. That's nobody's business.
Oriental rugs at a good price.
I'm afraid I have nothing to offer, except my company.
Oriental rugs at a good price.
Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome. Let's pick something that suits you.
You sell. A sailor's uniform, an upper-class Ottoman uniform. It's not better for me. It's not better for me than what I've got now, but I like it more than what I've got now. Or failing that, I could get a fez. Unfortunately, that will take us... No, wait, never mind. Now I look like I belong here. It's specifically called Artist's Bristles, but appears to not be that great.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
I really hope I'm right about what we need to be gunning for here, otherwise I'm gonna feel quite foolish. What are you buying? What you selling? Fez. I wear a fez now. Yeah, throw on some glasses just to make sure our face isn't particularly perceptible. We are meant to be in disguise, specifically. Alright, we're looking very Ottoman-y. I really hope I'm right about that being what we need. What do you think? Yeah, he's French. His opinion doesn't count. So I'm wearing a fez. Will you let me in now?
No visitors allowed.
Okay, no visitors. There is a large portrait of our man staring me directly in the face. Maybe if we perform some simple addition, it will in fact just let us change directly out of doors. And the guy we were talking to earlier sold a cap that looks just about like that. So if we go out and buy a wig from the stall clothing dealer, an open Fabio shirt, some artist's bristles. Yeah, yep, those neurons are touching. Took a while.
Don't miss out on my unique clothes.
Unique is
Let's
one word
pick
for it.
something that suits you.
Okay. Street brawler, bohemian. Okay, buy that.
A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Okay, wear the hat. Okay, wear the bohemian shirts. Wear a messy wig. Take off the glasses. Put on the bristles. Wear artist's makeup. You can barely recognize us. And apparently we look more workery than anything else. I mean, I do believe that artists are members of the working class, but it seems like a strange decision.
Don't miss out
Oriental
on my unique
rugs at a good
clothes.
price.
Gonna go out on a limb and guess that Mr. Mercurio is not well liked among his neighbors. There's some suspiciously placed tracks for not being related to the investigation. You doing alright there, buddy? Yeah, my social anxiety makes me get like that too. More power to you, buddy. Even am I right now? Here we are. Might have taken a long way around, but we saw the sights. Important when you're on an island. Madame.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah. Old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes.
Yeah, it turns out you are going to have to use the disguise feature for disguise at some point. Flat number 2.
Do you know what makes a lady happy? Paid rent.
Sherlock doesn't know how to pick locks. It's a thing you can do in the later games, which are released earlier. As opposed to the later games, or rather the chronologically later games, that's the same thing you just said, Mitsu. What the hell are you going on about? This is flat number 2. This one. Man, there goes all the resale value. Stuff. Well, great investigation start from the body.
Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days.
Okay. Sherlock didn't specify, but we can tell that it was 1 or 2 days and not too early for rigor mortis to have set in because the blood will have been pooling downwards away from his chest. He struggled with somebody. And a knife lays at his feet. Blood on it.
Could be the murder weapon.
Could be. Not guaranteed. We haven't even
seen... A normal
seen...
kitchen knife.
I haven't even seen cause of death yet.
The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife.
Well, that narrows it down.
Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags.
So our culprit wiped something. Possibly their own body. Possibly even a defensive wound.
The blood has dried.
Well, yeah, we already know he's been dead a few days.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called expressionism. Don't look at me like that, Sherry. I will not touch that dirty floor.
Yeah. Imagine standing on the floor like a peasant.
Awful.
A lot of broken shit here, and I don't know how much of it is from what. There's blue cloth fibers in the mirror. Is it the same type of knife?
I wonder where he got that fancy camera. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching.
Okay. This case has a lot more moving parts after we got rid of the locked room, ironically enough. Appear to have nope. Nope, there's bottles.
Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here.
An artist with a drinking problem, say it ain't so, Johnny.
The chest has been searched.
So I think it's pretty clear that the motive was theft.
Red skin, tails on the back. Reminds me of Verda's description of the stolen painting.
Yeah, nothing's touching quite yet. But we still have the flat to search. As ever, there's nothing interesting in the paper.
The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon? Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
Looks like all there is to get out of this. At a glance, this seems straightforward enough. In a certain type of mystery, I'd immediately start questioning if all these signs of ransacking were a misdirection to disguise the fact that the culprit was someone who knew the victim and did it for a personal reason, but considering we already have quite a lot of mystery around a certain painting, I think theft is a pretty safe bet. I also think it's a pretty safe bet that the culprit was, in fact, here. Okay, which of these two was dressed in blue? Victim was not dressed in blue, which means the culprit is the one who is on the mirror side of this equation, because there are blue fibers caught. Nope. There we go. I highly doubt it was a suicide. No, the other one. I can't see from this angle what he's doing in this image. Is he slashing the victim's throat, or is he strangling him? That's gonna...
Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him.
Yeah, as I said, there's too much going on for us to assume that it was a case of premeditated murder.
It's time for some chemical magic, John.
Let's see what secrets our painting holds. I have misplaced a decimal point like the comedically incompetent scientists of yore. Finally moving up in the world. No, you're forgetting a step. You're forgetting a step, Mitsu. Okay, how am I so bad at this? Take this. Invert it. This is the one we're using. -5. +1. Four +1. -3, -4, +5. Science achieved. I've managed to erase the blood by using chemicals. It's a still life painting of Mercurio's room. A dying message. We're hitting all the highlights today. God, it's like I didn't even take the day off.
That doesn't look like the painting we need, Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything. Let's put it on the easel where it belongs. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
I saw one of them as soon as I put it down.
If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
I don't believe...
Nothing behind it. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
I mean, the presence of a body is certainly unusual, but I don't think it's been changed until after the painting was painted, or...
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
The curtain. There's no curtain here anymore. Is that thing I should be making note of, Mr. Holmes? Or is it just because it's rolled up over here?
Nothing behind it. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Skull. The skull on the wall. Yeah, the skull on the wall is
If the
the one
intruder
I've
didn't
already
take
got.
it, the skull should be somewhere here. If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here. Nothing behind it.
If it's all rolled up, we are stepping directly on the corpse. Am I not seeing?
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
There's nothing unusual about the obligatory table fruit.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Okay, so it's something that's not going to show unless we use concentration.
Nothing behind it. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John? Nothing behind it.
If this tree really is perfectly innocent, it's very strange that it doesn't get whited out when we activate detective vision. The carpet is all messed up. This is messy enough that I don't know what I'm supposed to be making. Making suspicion of and what I'm not. It's a quiver-looking bag. All the books are in the same place. The lob room has not burned down any. Didn't know if there's anything to make of the pillows. Doesn't look like it. 3 plates. And 2 bananas, load of...
Nothing behind it. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the 2 differences, John?
Even the discoloration of the table's legs looks pretty good. It's like looking at your own corpse. Except it only looks like that way because you're doing a bit. Sure, there's something poetic about that if only philosophy could find it.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the 2 differences, John?
This would probably be a lot easier if the game would let me, like, just hold on the side-by-side comparison window. We're not in combat, so I can't even make Sherlock crouch down to get a better look at the place.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the 2 differences, John?
The tree coat hanger really does look absolutely nothing like it does in the painting, but I can't make Sherlock acknowledge that.
Nothing behind it.
I really do not know what you want me to say that I'm not already saying, game.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting.
It's like, if you look
Spot
at
the
the
2 differences,
painting,
John?
The coat hanger is much taller. The coat hanger is much taller, and the coat is, like, not even touching the floor. And there's a very visible break in the tree where we have it right now. Hello, I'm not dead. Don't check up on me for a bit. Just okay? Okay, thank you, Sean. What's your story?
Nothing behind it.
Like, see, just looking at it, you can see there's... my mouse is invisible right now. You can see there's the pipe sort of sticking out of the faux wood.
Nothing behind it. If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here.
Suspiciously shaped lump. This pile.
Nothing behind it.
What am I looking at, looking for, looking towards, looking away from?
Nothing behind it.
Ratty curtains.
Nothing behind it.
Oh, look.
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
There we go. Oh, this has escalated quite significantly. somehow I don't get the feeling this one's going to be ending with us absolving somebody. Right, well, we get bonus points. We get bonus points if we follow John's advice. Try to be a bit humane about it, even though this entire case has just stopped being humane.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp, and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Walter, what sort of a coward do you take me for? Also, yes, the limping man. We are looking for a singular culprit behind all the events. The question of the hour is he one of the criminals, or is he a vigilante looking to avenge someone?
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
There we go. It doesn't even feel like a deduction. I was under the impression we knew all that already. Now, if I don't forget myself, this symbol means we have to just go outside and question some random strangers. Which means... I wonder what John has to say about that. Now, I did notice that Mercuria was not
Sherry, that was
well
close.
liked.
But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in a dead man's clothes.
Alright. Stubble stays, though. Okay. We are in Old City. Old City tends to be... And now who is out? Who is out and about around these parts? Rascals, scholars. Just change clothes in the middle of the street. What you boyin'? Put a fez. And the glass is looking congruous. There's no form of makeup that makes us look more or less like you. We have the same hat.
Help me, please.
Nothing stands between me and helping a fellow citizen, except the absence of knowledge. Ask someone else.
Crud.
May I ask for your assistance?
That's new to me. There is nothing I can tell you.
Do you know anything about this?
I am sorry.
That's not something I know.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
Okay. We can't ask just complete strangers. This is the only lead we have on this case. Pregnant woman with tribal scars. You're the same guy I just talked to.
Poor chap.
You're acting so strange today, dear. I hope someday you'll let me inside that head of yours.
Sorry, do I know you? Did we need the disguise? She seems to be pretty confused as is. Right. So my first impulse for the continuance of the case, since we specified that the woman is African, mayhaps we should be looking for African people, but I didn't particularly notice an African district when I was on my way around the island before all this. Kurdic, Arabic, Caldonian, Turkish.
Could you help me?
Mother says we should help each other, but I can't help you with this.
And Silverton's gimmick. Silverton seems to be the big important place. Center of the island where all the Brits live. Miner's End is a mining area. I don't really know what Silverton's gimmick is. That also seems a bit far afield for what we're looking for. Although I guess I didn't investigate that thoroughly when I was here the first time. Time to run around blindly in search of a clothing dealer. Swedish. She's from Sweden. Ja, she's from Sweden. That's just normal elementary home storytelling, my dear Walter. Actually, then there are a decent few Sherlock Holmes stories that start out pretty low scale, end pretty low scale, and derive most of their storytelling, I guess, tension from just having Holmes deduce weird stuff. I mean, Holmes did investigate murders canonically, but not a whole lot of them. A fast travel point, at least. If nothing else. Hello, would somebody like to sell me some threads? Yoruba? Okay, game, I've let you get away with a lot of, cheeky little, Sherlock Holmes, it's a Sherlock Holmes game references, but I draw the line at just straight up putting down a Watson Street. You have gone too far this time, Frogwares.
What's up? How do you do?
It's off polite for someone who apparently hates our guts because we wear fez. This is interesting, but not particularly helpful. What am I doing? Even if we get to a place, I don't think we have any money. So instead, let's change it to our go-to. Go-to disguise for pretending to be a worker. There we go. Now we look the part. Now we can find out if we're about to embarrass ourselves. Italiano, Scottish. You're there.
Do you know anything about this?
What a coincidence. I only learned of this recently myself.
There we go. When in doubt, talk to a working class person. Scars on the goat's face from the Use ethnic group tribe. The only place we can find Use people in Cordona is in the refugee camp. Located under Victoria Bridge between Scaladio and Silverton. There we go. Stevenson's Bridge. Thor Bridge. That's getting out of hand. Now there's two of them. Iron Bridge. Victoria Bridge. Escaladio. There we are. Now then. I'm not gonna take the disguise off just yet. I get the feeling we might run into more impoverished types who wouldn't particularly appreciate the sight of some posh fancy boy in a three-piece suit and no hat. Under the Victoria Bridge. How dare you have no hat? I mean, at the time this game takes place, it would in fact be a major social faux pas to be seen in public without a hat. Don't know if these are necessarily the sorts of people who'd care, but... This looks like a refugee camp. Question the hours, what do we do with this information? This doesn't really look like a refugee camp, it looks like a, New bot modeling the inside of that place. Looks more like a mining facility, as you'd probably expect from a place called Silverton. Okay, here's the bridge. Step over the edge, go down beneath it.
Beasts!
Is this familiar to you?
A lady doesn't know about such things.
Guys, I'm beginning to suspect the 1800s may not have been that great a time.
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
What the Sam Hill is happening here?
The law can't help you with that.
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness for a case.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in.
And you are?
I'm Ronald Harlow, here to handle the refugee situation on behalf of City Hall. I'm the acting supervisor here, so I have full authority here to ask you to leave, or I shall order the police to detain you for trying to pass the blockade. Please, step back.
Alright, let's see what exploitable weaknesses you have. Insecure about how young he is for his position. Almost as mistreated as I am. Deeply insecure. Palms are sweaty. Knees weak, arms are heavy. But on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs, but in actuality he's probably forgetting that nobody particularly cares for his shoes. Ronald Harlow is a depressed young clerk exhausted by his day-to-day job. City Hall has assigned him to oversee the refugee camp, but he's too tired and indifferent to all the problems that arrive. Pale skin, but tired of his dog cramped hours which he rarely leaves. Always does things by the book. Lacks experience. Tries to look older. Rarely leaves his office. Craves to look authoritative by wearing smart clothes. Yeah, I think this is the one. You are out of your comfort zone and easy to manipulate. Ronald Hollow is a pale young clerk who tries his best to oversee a refugee camp assigned him by City Hall. He's not very happy with such a responsibility, but he always does things by the book and executes all tasks he is given. However, he lacks the experience to deal with problems outside his writing desk. He is attempting to look older than his years by growing a scant moustache. Pale skin and bags under his eyes suggest he works in a poorly lit office which he rarely leaves, judging by his clean and barely worn shoes. He craves to look authoritative by wearing smart clothes, but his look is out of place considering Cordona's weather. Sweaty palms suggest that Ronald is extremely stressed by being outside his comfort zone. And thus, we know what buttons to push.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I don't trust this pubescent mustache, he totally is in that. Hello, Queen of Rodents. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for making your opinion on the case known.
I can help you to handle the situation if you're truly interested in solving things quickly and quietly.
And how exactly would you manage that?
Simply tell the police that I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest, but in return I need your help finding my witness. She's a young refugee. She's with child or was with child recently.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
I mean, I can think of a few humane solutions, but I doubt the people who pay most of your taxes would appreciate that.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do and what I am responsible for are two different realities, Mr. Holmes.
Makes
On
you
paper,
self-aware.
I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every City Hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
PokeLink, thank you for showing up. So the case we're investigating right now for the newcomers, things have escalated quite a bit since we were searching for missing violins last case. I'll just say this right now. I'll just say this right now. If anybody feels like anybody wants to tap out, I will not be upset. Probably gonna have to set up some sort of content warning bot. Or some sort of content warning on the bot for next episode.
Alright. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewksbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
Yes, we're currently investigating. It's not graphic, it's more like ideals. You can see right here, we're currently searching for what the game is dubbing a woman who has been left with child after being, as the game puts it, violated. And we're currently entering into a refugee camp.
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are so disturbed.
Yeah, gonna have to work on that after stream.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office, and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector.
Yes, to review the entire case thus far for our newcomers, Sherlock was originally hired to investigate a case of sabotage at a art gallery. Upon investigating, we discovered that the sabotage was cover for one painting which was in fact stolen among the refuse pile. We tracked down the artist of the painting and found him with his throat slashed in a theft gone wrong. We also discovered in his dark room slash bathroom slash makeshift dark room a photograph which appears to have been of a masquerade ball with a heavily pregnant woman therein. It's not looking good for basically anybody. Now we're off to discover the woman's identity and ask her what's what, so that we might presumably ask our brother to rain the full might of the government upon the culprits. First, we gotta find out what's happening here.
Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's been questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee. I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
Who are you calling a landlubber?
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body? 0.
Right, what have we here?
Clearly a left handprint here.
Right? Another day, another crime scene.
Someone bled profusely here.
Lots of blood in lots of different places. That could mean all sorts of stuff.
A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently. A furrow in the ground.
When in doubt, look at footprints.
A blood trail leading to or from the canal.
It has only one, so at least we're not going to have to calculate about who was going where when, and it's process of elimination to determine who was going, which one started at, and stuff like that.
Malpal, soaked with salt water.
Yeah, Malpal's a common enough brand, but that's certainly interesting.
£1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk.
When dirks attack. More footprints.
Police boots. Always happy to trample evidence.
Yeah, you're never gonna get
a
over
heavy
this,
boot with a
Shirley.
worn-out sole. A man's footprint.
There's a barefoot man. Someone with heavy boots. Getting a lot of clay, don't know what bricks we're gonna need
Carnelian
to
agate
make.
beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike.
That is what blood is wont to do when released.
It might have been used as an improvised weapon. No hint of blood or impact.
There's so much stuff here.
Someone was dragged against their will.
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
Alright. I swear I've heard that voice actor
No
before
one deserves
somewhere.
to end up in a place like this.
And here we have our
The
not
cut
yet
is
dead
deep,
victim.
potentially serious if not treated immediately.
Bad news for you.
He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
I agree wholeheartedly, Jonathan. Let's concentrate on finding something to clean the wound, something to disinfect it, and something to use as a bandage. Something to bandage the wound, something to bandage the wound, something to bandage the wound.
That will kill, not save him.
Dang it.
It won't do any good.
Dang it. Come on, medicinal plants. Why some medicinal pants?
Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound.
Okay. Getting disinfectant on short notice around these parts is going to be the hardest part, but fortunately this is a video game, which means there is a great designer in the sky looking out for us.
I'll use it to create a solution.
Just scoop up some of that boiling water with your bare hands, Shirley. I believe in you. Medicinal plants, plants with medicinal properties. Yeah, this is about where we started. Excuse me, sir, have you found any medicinal plants? What do we have that we have not already picked up? It's a lantern. Not going to be particularly useful. Could cauterize the wound, but the man's already deep enough in shock that I don't know if he'd live to tell the tale. Excuse me? Do forgive me, sir.
I'm afraid these leaves can only be added to tea.
Dang it. I'll investigate you later, corpse. There we are.
I can use this to stop the infection from spreading.
Well, Blister X ain't gonna
I've placed
fix
all the
this,
ingredients
but
now
it'll
to
help.
prepare the first aid solution.
You... I've collected everything I need. It remains only to grind the leaves. But now we gotta find a leaf grinder too. Oh, no, wait. Okay. Do chemical analysis. Analysis is not the word I would use for what we're doing here, but... Subtract 1 from 3 to get 2. Subtract 1 from 2 to get 1. Switch positives and negatives to get our solution. And I guess we do need to add it all together. This is not the place. There you are.
Thank you. This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
Still doesn't like us, though. Stingy bastard. Oh well. Guess we should probably go give that corpse a once-over. Please be unique somehow. I need something to
A
work
steel
with here.
dirk, sharp. A common accessory among sailors and soldiers. I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain.
Excuse me, I'm looking for some sailors.
An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something?
This is not the first time we've heard about the concept of neck tattoos.
Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping, John.
I think we've discovered our initial culprit.
Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here. A violent death. This man, limping. Coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John. You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place?
That is the question now, isn't it? The dead man from the refugee camp was the same person who broke into Vogel's gallery. That neck tattoo. Why did he attack the girl he discovered was her? That neck tattoo was something Sherlock noticed on the people in the photograph. So I think we're looking at a case of, destroying evidence and disposing of witnesses.
If they find out about
not
the passage, everything will go.
A vigilanteism. As I suspect it might be the case, because that's how it works in Detective Conan.
Sealed shut. I doubt our man could get through these grates.
The police officers are worried that the situation with the dead body will put the camp into strict lockdown, so they'll lose their money flow they were earning from their scheme.
Nobody will know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
The coppers smell fishy here, Sherry. Perhaps we should sniff around in the camp a little more thoroughly.
Okay.
Sherry, just look at this. Living quarters in a sewer. What kind of a genius bureaucrat came up with this idea? We have seen some dark places in Cordona, but this...
Do either of you like me? Very much doubt it's going to be this easy.
Do you know anything about this?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to pass a bit better before we start asking questions of the locals. It's clearly the officers are not going to just confess to their own schemes that easily. I can't even find any locals. What have escaped by sea?
It's unlikely anyone could get in or out of the camp by water without alerting the police guards.
You say that, but we did find some bloody tracks leading to the water earlier, unless I do forget myself.
Clearly a left handprint here.
Considering how bit of time we had of it, I doubt he just walked in the front.
I hope I'm not making a grave mistake in trusting you, Mr. Holmes.
That's our boys. I guess we gotta figure out our boys' way in first. Two-way.
You still here?
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads.
Oh, you're so useful, policeman.
What a pleasant man this Mr. Tewkesbury is.
May I ask for your assistance?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Oh, however can I resolve this issue?
Back off.
Okay. Jesus. I thought I was starting to develop a good rapport with you a lot. Okay, back to potential entry points. We know he didn't come in on the water. We know he didn't come in through that huge locked
I'm
gate.
busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
No, it's too short for these walls or cliffs.
It's starting to look like we've got another locked room on our hands. Investigated this place quite thoroughly.
We have seen some dark places in Cordona, but this...
When in doubt... what do we do? Do you seriously have nothing for us? I saved your life, man. I know you're an optional side objective, but still. How could a man have entered into this refugee camp
These
without
events are
being
fractured
seen?
into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
You have not missed today's German accent on account of I have not done any, because Dr. Richter does not have anything to say, because we are in the middle of a different curse right now. Yeah. Specifically, we're in a case that has massively escalated the dramatology of the game, so I'm not gonna be upset if anyone taps out, that's all I'm saying. Come on, where is it? Maybe the culprit picked up a chicken and used it as a hang glider to fly over the ceiling.
I'm busy. Don't you have papers to fill? City Hall lubberheads.
Seriously, where is an alternative entry point? As a dumb farm child who tried jumping for the chicken, I can assure you it has not worked well. You mean to tell me that the Legend of Zelda lied to me? It's not possible. Is that a updraft? Some sort of makeshift hot air balloon?
You know, Sherry, it's dawned on me to not clown around with knives anymore.
Bump. I guess we have already ruled out the what. I can't get back up. I can't get back up. I lived a full life. Now we gotta get back into this place. Do 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 do. 1 2 1 2 1 2. We will rock you. Somewhere you could have gotten in from the inside, perhaps? Philosopher? We already checked the river access. There's no way you could have gotten in without
I hope I'm not making a grave mistake in trusting you, Mr. Holmes.
not being seen by one of the guards. Sherlock's already gotten that far. Man, did you see the pop-in on that lamp? Quite humorous, I assure you.
What a pleasant man this Mr. Tewkesbury is.
If we just hug the wall and circle around the water's edge, we get jack shit.
Back off.
Wanna go in here? I wanna question somebody who isn't obviously in on something. The point of this endeavor is meant to be the Sherlock Vision point should just come up on its own. Then we can investigate from there. Show it nothing. We ain't found shit, Captain. Wait, you hide a gun? You're a cop. You have... I mean, you're a British cop, but like... It's the 1800s and you're guarding a refugee camp. They should just give you free bullets. That's the way I always figured it worked. Maybe he's just not very good at the hiding part. Must find solution to mystery. Already made pointless. Why aren't you hydrating? There we go. Our man did not manifest out of the ether. There is a solution to this. I'm just not quite sure what it is. That is... I know this ladder is too short to hop the fences. I feel like I've done a lap around the entire play area. At least twice. I have nothing to show it, but a lot of headaches. Stop the goddamn presses.
A single Malpal butt. Roadman cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers.
That's how that
there
works.
wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp.
God,
Now
I
we
hate
have
my job.
everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
Still nothing we can actually do here with Johnny Boy. So... now the question of the hour is, were the police trying to kill the girl or the guy? Considering what we've seen of the game so far, I doubt it's anything as complicated as a... what was that one biblical figure who was sent off to die? Okay, I think we're looking for the girl, not the child. Okay, this is where we found the branch, so this was not a premeditated action by the refugee, so I probably could have guessed that. There's signs of a struggle over on the footprints. Although you're beginning to develop. I'm so proud of you. Okay, the footprints here are running only. Is this? This isn't where we found the dirk, is it? Yeah. Running footprints, no scuffing. His box is broken. We found the body. This is a really old meme! Looking at how scuffed the prints are, I doubt it was anything as deliberate as a Sparta kick.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Okay, what am I not getting here? One where the man has a branch. Wait, he has a branch in both of them, so I guess the issue is the presence of the dirk.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Pretty secure in it being dragging. Dragging footprints stop over here. Okay. I don't see it, but I guess the dirk got dropped at some point. Having to do this in Batman vision is not fun.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
If I pull out to actually, like, check the evidence I'm supposed to be cross-checking this against, they're gonna reset all progress.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
We know from both the scuffed prints here and the general path of the progress, and while he was here, that the broken necklace. The broken necklace. Yeah, the broken necklace. God, I can't freaking see. This is where the necklace broke. Guess he still had her at this point. She came with him over here, the necklace snapped. There we go.
We have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
Was it an accident or... It's a legal gray area. The thug came to the camp and to kidnap a woman. He had the opportunity to kill her, but that wasn't his goal. He's a henchman. So who do we report into? Hello, who are you? Oh, you're just recognizing from behind.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
You think one small clock can make any difference in this place?
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble.
Strange if he was so bold about kidnapping there, why not kill her right there if he wanted? I think the theory we're going with is that he didn't want it. I think they need her alive for some reason.
You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
Don't threaten me, old man. I am about to question some people. Not a goddamn thing you can do to stop me. Yeah, I can't believe that took so long. Refugee. Is this where we put on our Orientalist garb? No?
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Naylor, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
I guess that change of clothes was completely pointless unless we wind up needing it
Hello,
for
Naylor?
John's little quest.
My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Naylor, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Naylor doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
Come on, no, I need to talk to her, she's...
No one deserves to end up in a place like this.
There we are.
May I ask for your assistance?
They often take us from the camps to work. Most don't mind, though. It's the only way we get a glimpse of freedom.
According to the refugees, some shady people regularly visit the camp and take refugees away with them to perform various work. The work is usually hard, but the refugees receive food and money. A girl was abused after she was supposedly taken to such work. Since then, the refugees decided not to allow their women to be taken. That was a
So
sort
there's
of...
a smuggling ring in the camp. This wasn't the first time that someone freely entered the camp to take a refugee out.
At least it was certainly his last time. My gut tells me that we'll learn more about this ring when we find out where the thug came from.
a sort of work camp, if you will. Two lines, one over the other. What did these... Badges such as these are usually awarded to high-ranking officials. The defiler from the photograph might be one. You know what they say? As they say, I think this goes all the way to the top. Okay, so we're looking for a high-ranking official. That means we're probably gonna want to go over to City Hall and check their records. Right. Took longer than it should have, but I think we're on our way out of here.
You still here? I've already told you all I've learned.
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
a respectable businessman in Scaladio.
That was quite a
His company
journey.
imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
Of
Disturbing
course.
a hornet's nest here, son.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Right. Now then, to the archives. Let's track down this Mr. What's-His-Face.
Is this... I just need to collect my thoughts, Sherry.
Yeah. This has escalated quite a bit.
Treasure maps from the governor.
Got
Find
this
8
already.
and come back for more.
Gonna check our food self some records. Yeah. This is the wrong way. Yeah, you could really tell what sorts of mysteries I like from where my brain went during that how did they get out. Like I was looking around for like physical tricks and like was it a hot like did he use some sort of hot air balloon? Did he use a rope? Did he use a grappling hook? And the answer was just that he walked in the front door. Businessman from Scaladio importing goods and wine. The Bernadotti Company Limited, summary, established 1873 by Niccolo Bernadotti. Its main offices are southeastern Scaladio, near the crossing of the Roman Road on Bazaar Street. Ships goods between the African British colonies and the rest of the UK, including Cordona. Products imported include food, wine, coffee, and everyday goods. Founder of the company is Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti, who was born in Sicilia. Mr. Bernadotti moved to London as a businessman, aged 39. In that same year, he moved his base of operations to Cordona, in his words, to be closer to the colonies he had business in. Since Mr. Bernadotti's arrival in Cordona in 1873, he has become a notable patron of the arts and an investor in Cordona's social well-being. Among his latest contributions is the purchase of new equipment for the police station and aiding the governor in bringing an airship called the Led Zeppelin across from Germany.
What a lovely man this Bernadotti is, eh, Sherry? Can't wait until we get to meet him.
Now. So, cross-shaped badge awarded to high-ranking British officials. Is this enough for us to go on? Thomas Norton, born 1840, graduated at Oxford 1864, started working at the Home Office as a secretary in 1869, getting this feeling that's not going to be very nice. Military Commissioner in India, 1875, honoured with the Order of the Bath by Her Majesty the Queen in 1877, 1st of March 1878, appointed as the British Envoy in Cordona with his own cabinet in the City Hall. I told you this name was going to come up as soon as I saw the plaque. Okay. We're already in the building. Let's hit up Mr. Norton first. Excuse me, Mr. Norton. Would it be too much to ask to speak to you? You have the most Spartan office in the entire world. Maintain a respectable distance, just in case he decides to pull anything. No? No, it's not an option? Okay. Okay.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business.
Can't wait to see what this guy has for us. Does not have time to shave. Did not sleep last night. Man, everybody's feeling like garbage today. Tattoo isn't visible. I can't guarantee it isn't below his collar. Never takes off his order of the bath. He's a workaholic, I'm beginning to suspect. And doesn't look like blood. With a wrinkled, he barely bought the shave. He must have insomnia. He looks as if he lives within a nightmare, attempting to rid himself of his terrible memories of past mistakes. I think that sounds up. That lines up a bit more with what we're looking for.
Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
You blame yourself for what you did. Won't be any good unless you confess to me, so I'll try to be polite.
What sort of did are we talking about? Are you from the press?
I'm here because of Naylor.
Who?
You don't remember her name.
Lad, if you won't tell me where you came, I'll call for someone here to sort you out, if you get my meaning.
Given his demeanor, I don't think we want to just go straight to I'm here to clap the irons on you. But I don't know what this is going to accomplish. When in doubt, just go for the jugular and see who blinks.
Do you recognize this man?
We definitely look alike. But you have the wrong person.
Really? Then you won't mind if I pass this along to the newspaper?
All right. All right. Is this about money, as you said in the letter? What kind of sum are we talking about?
I've never written a single word to you. Bribery, not my style.
So, that letter, it wasn't from you?
Well, it appears that more and more people in the city are finding out about your despicable hobby, doesn't it? You're in the clutches of justice, and very soon they will squeeze you. It's in your best interest to cooperate.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes. And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
That is a fantastic question.
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
Sound real torn up about it, Mr. Veronica Mars and bad guy.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
Set up, or he's just that kind of guy. I don't think... We already have his confession that he's done something. His defense is that he was drugged against his will or without his knowledge. I don't think the sort of person who would feel particularly bad about that would consider that an excuse for themselves. So I'm not looking particularly fondly on our Mr. Norton. Or his antivirus. Hope he had an antivirus considering what his hobbies are like, Jesus.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position, yet here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes, and I'm no exception.
Alright, let's investigate this new lead that's turned up.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the crown. I made a mistake.
A fanatical devotion
but
to
I'm
the
not a
Pope
villain
and
from
nice
some
red
cheap adventure
uniforms.
fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt.
When in doubt, try to help the largest number of people. That's my creed.
Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all.
Oh, well, okay, we get both of
Naylor
them.
deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl.
We're the ones with all the leverage
I can't risk the press
here.
paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Come on, it's not like we've got anything better to do.
Right, oh then. You know, the phrase inherent in the system originates from Charles Dickens. The envoy's interest in the photograph is pragmatic. If he obtains it, nothing will threaten his reputation. Well, enough evidence to make one accusation, but We still have the mystery, blackmailer, and the Bernadotte Company. Okay, we're looking for the intersection of Bizarre and Roman in southeastern Scaladio. Bizarre. Everything I care about is on Bizarre, and yet I always forget where it is. Redbeard, Disraeli, Bizarre. Now we just need to look for Roman. Bizarre Road, Roman Road. Bizarre Road's a nice long boy. Harbor, Adler, Gloria. Past Redbeard. So somewhere hereabouts. Great. Let's pursue all the angles. As long as we still have this photograph and we aren't dead, we can always come back and resolve this issue later. Shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line. Move it, scamps. Got longer legs than you, I can run faster. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 47, 48, 49, 50, 50. So, exactly 50 steps. Kind of impressed with myself. Southeast Bizarre Road near the crossing with Roman Road.
It seems they're not expecting guests.
I won't wait for an invitation, John.
Right? What does that mean? When in doubt, circle around. Oh, you utter buffoons.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees from the camp.
Circle around here and see if we can...
That's our way in, Sherry.
Excuse me, good sir, I'm selling these fine leather jackets like the one I'm wearing.
Hey, yo, this is private property. You lost something.
Good day, sir. I've been sent by City Hall to see Mr. Bernadotte about...
Mr. Bernadotte isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotte's best interest to...
1...
I saw it too, Walter, and I think it's about time we open up.
Listen, the man Bernadotte sent to...
So...
Here we go.
I did try to resolve this peacefully.
Oh, here goes my hopes that this stream is going to end soon.
Take a rest, my friend.
I'm coming.
At least I'm better at shooting people's hats than I am their decorative Molotov cocktails.
The snuff's ready.
Nice shooting, Tex.
Take a rest, my friend.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Hold still. Alright, tired of this. Excuse me. Ow, ow, ow. My knees. My turn. You only need one bullet, good sir.
No more.
The snuff's ready. Give him the pepper snuff.
That was just unfortunate timing on your part, man. I'm sorry about that.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready.
What is that noise? Whoa, hello, gentlemen. I don't know why I thought that was a good use of ammo, but here we are. That's already spent. But I can't knock that over. Ow, 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 ow. Ow, oh. No, no, no. Shirley, Shirley. How's your knees?
Don't cry, you'll live.
Running, run. Stop looking at your feet when you're running, Sherlock. It's a bad habit to get into. That can go off at any time, thank you. Whoa.
Overcome him, don't...
I'm coming for you.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Take a rest, my friend.
Boink.
Too simple.
Is that all of them?
Ready.
Okay. Well, I'm certain there will be no negative repercussions for this down the line. It's the way we came in. Which means we want to go. Where do we want to go? The doors look the same. Does that mean all of them are important or none of them are?
Sherry, look. This seems familiar.
Oh, was there a non-violent option for how to do that?
Disappointed me so much, Sherlock.
That was uncalled for, is what that was. This door leads outside. Door opens up. His portrait looks
Let's see
familiar
what's hidden
enough.
Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
Come on, Johnny boy, I didn't... So the fact that the painting is in here is definitely interesting. What else do we have here? Sort of fertility idol.
A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least.
Sherlock has familial history here, as we'll all remember.
Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. VH Grindley Flow Blue tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited.
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you.
Like you didn't harm the folks on the way here?
John, nobody died.
This marble fella. It's like he was made after my image. You see it?
An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
Sherlock, you can't play that belongs in a museum card. That is an actual culture that still exists.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Go ahead. Make my day.
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth.
Okay, can't open the door to the logistics department. Can't open the door over there.
You acted so much like me.
Over here. Zeppelin. The Led Zeppelin, if we recall the other newspaper we've read. I know you're in here somewhere.
Please don't shoot me. I have a family.
Legal papers. Invitation to a ball. From City Hall.
Spare me.
Over here.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor.
Yeah, I knew before this game came out that it was going to be...
John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
That it was going to have third-person
have
shooter sections, but... Man, this caught me by surprise.
This is where all the magic happens. This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
The Bernadotte Company Limited trade network reaches the most distant colonies of the Great Empire.
It must be very convenient for a man like Bernadotte.
Door's locked.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. Then come here, and we shall talk.
1 second. I don't know what we're dealing with first.
Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
I already have a pretty good idea of what sort of man this is. But he does have something interesting. Different tattoo, but it's the same color, same ink in the same place. Not afraid to do his own dirty work. Has been sick. Obviously compensating for something. There's a wedding ring, not that that counts for anything. Niccolo Bernadotti is a harsh gang leader and calculating businessman. He beams confidence and menace. He anticipates the by taking his gun near him, but still holds it in the holster. Descends from the working class, raised in a poor family, he had to work in the fields from a young age. Hard work under the sun left him with bad nutrition, suffering from pellagra. He overcame the disease, but the effects still show on his skin. Despite being financially comfortable now, he still distances himself from the high life, keeping his clothing and appearance quite conservative. Different tattoos in the same style, probably not tightly structured. A cruel gang leader who isn't afraid of getting his hands dirty to show off his power of position. Hard work in his youth, Bernadotti grew hatred towards the world around him. He continually expects trouble and is always ready to make some. He refused to hide his pellagra scars under fancy clothes that he might always remember where his motives and identity were born. Tattoos are most probably a code that represents different ranks. Yeah, you ain't slick. I know your type.
Bad news. The thug you sent to the refugee camp only succeeded in stabbing himself. His next and final journey will be to the morgue.
Hold your horses. Who the hell are you?
Sherlock Holmes. And you are Niccolo Bernadotti, a smuggler, kidnapper, and notorious cutthroat, among other things.
Few men would dare waltz into my office and address me like that. You are either overconfident or unintelligent. This is private property. Give me one reason why I should not shoot you on the spot. I am sure my friends at the station would call it self-defense.
Mr. Bernadotti, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotti.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office.
As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotte?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I am yet to decide what I shall do with it. I know the man in the photo is a British envoy. What interest do you have in his downfall?
I must admit, I am rather impressed by how comprehensively you have pursued this matter. And so, you deserve the honest answer. My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
Why did you send your man to remove the woman from the camp?
Without a photograph, her testimony was the next best thing. Securing her was in everyone's interest. Victims and witnesses, all too often, disappear. I thought the girl was safer with us. I did not anticipate what would happen at the camp.
So he wanted more powerful connections through blackmail. Essentially, for all that we went through to get here, it's a surprisingly petty motive.
I saw refugees from the camp at your warehouse. They work for you.
I have made certain arrangements with City Hall and the police. Thanks to me, refugees can work and be paid. It's a pathway to freedom.
And how much do you save by capitalizing on their cheap labor?
I have heard no complaints. They seem happy just to get out of that slum.
I could not help but appreciate the collection of smuggled artifacts in your storeroom. You have rather diversified your business.
Oh, high and mighty of you, Mr. Holmes. Not all smuggling is immoral. I pay generous rates to developing cultures and spread their culture to eager buyers. And furthermore, I supply many immigrants with a taste of home.
A very convenient way of thinking.
I have traveled wildly, Mr. Holmes. I've seen people in far-flung lands for whom my services are a lifeline. Without them, they would starve. The tax on cargo is often so absurd that it would be more profitable to simply sink your ship than dock it in the harbor. And trust me, I am speaking from experience.
Sank your own ship?
Why should I give you the photograph?
Just name your price.
What if my price were not money? You claim to have connections, Mr. Bernadotte. Perhaps you could improve conditions for the refugees. Give them a chance for a better life.
Ha! I do have connections, Mr. Holmes, but help the whole camp? You are asking too much. I could, however, make arrangements for one person. The woman who was violated will have her own home outside the camp, solely for her and her child. She will no longer be a refugee, but a princess. That I can guarantee.
Is that really possible?
It will be neither fast nor easy, but I can do it. She deserves it, don't you agree? And as for her abuser, he will serve me, as much as he deserves.
So in your plan, everybody will be given their due. Especially you, Mr. Bernadotte.
Seems like a fair deal, no? I doubt anyone could offer you better. Simply give me the photograph, and the world becomes a better place. I give you my word.
Okay. Where does that leave us? Bernardo wants to gather proof of the envoy's crime so that he can blackmail him. I'm sticking with the systemic issue. Now, who do we ask about the envoy? Yeah. Let's see. When I first saw this point, my first impulse was to ask after, Vogel, the artist, is the only person who knew Mercurio really and doesn't have any ulterior motives. As long as I've got you.
I am positive our deal will benefit everyone.
Alright, there's no clues left. So might as well.
Sherry, don't you think this office suits me?
I'll take a step outside and clear our head.
Sir. You can leave through it. If you want, of course. Bernadotte Limited will always look forward to your visits.
That's what I thought. And which of these is the front entrance?
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
Not that I tried. Okay. Don't shine a big dramatic light on the door if it's not the one I'm looking for. It's so rude. Now, here we are, the great outdoors. Tried to buy the painting because he was afraid of losing his social position. If I bring him the photograph, he will help the refugees. Key evidence collected, but not all evidence collected. Certainly an interesting way of putting it. Case isn't over until I've got all the evidence things. Fortunately, Sherlock's got the stamina of the longest long-distance runner in the world. Mr. Vogel, we found your painting.
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I don't know why they turn on mood lighting every time we talk to this guy.
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio. Perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold. He was tight-lipped about the painting, too.
Huh, he's dead. How very droll, Mr. Holmes. Warren presumes you were not responsible.
It was an accident at the refugee camp. He impaled himself on his own knife.
Life is nothing if not cruel and capricious. What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve it.
Well then, where is it?
In Bernadotti's office.
Bernadotti? That shady businessman? Why would he steal it from me?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then.
I found the source of Mercurio's artistic inspiration. A photograph. What troubled me was that the sexual act captured was non-consensual.
She was violated? Dear God, how despicable.
Her abuser was in fact the British envoy. Mercurio took a picture of him committing the atrocity and then used it as artistic inspiration.
I had no idea a mere break-in would eventually expose such barbarity.
Mr. Vogel, I want you to make everything public, including the photograph. I'm sure you have a connection at the Cordona Chronicle.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Loyal to your own truth till the end. Yes, I'm acquainted with the staff of the Chronicle. The story is sensational, and will surely draw attention to the gallery. But you must be aware that exposing the scandal will further hurt the victim. Does that not bother you?
No matter what one does, the truth tends to come out.
Sherlock?
As well it should.
Sherlock,
I won't be the one to stand in its way.
This isn't the ending I
your
had
subjective
selected.
truth being exposed. Not that I'm judging. It's perfectly reasonable for everyone to have their own views.
When you called me, you knew exactly what you would get.
Oh, but I'm not like you, Mr. Holmes. I cannot be sure of anything. Regardless, I must thank you, for art's sake. Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the liberty of having it delivered to Stonewood Manor. I am told it belonged to your mother.
Game, I didn't make a choice before I came in here.
Frankly, I'm not sure how to answer that. I trust you'll know.
I don't know why this guy is in any way
you
relevant.
mentioned there may have been more to my mother's passing than consumption. It appears you were right.
Oh dear. I'd hoped to be wrong.
She was unstable, mentally unwell. She required sustained, specialized treatment, but her madness persisted.
I knew that Violet had disappeared from the public eye, but had no idea of her suffering. I cannot imagine what you're feeling.
I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
I don't know why they changed this. In the previous games, they never had the case end until you actually ended it. God, I'm actually really mad. What the actual fuck? Let's see. Last autosave was a few minutes ago. I wonder. Okay, at the very least... This is the ending I was going to pick. Thomas Norton is a debaucher who has committed a terrible act. Even though he deserves to be brought to justice, I cannot overlook the opportunity to do greater good. In exchange for the refugees' legalization. This is the ending I wanted to pick. Man is absolute slime front to back. Yeah, but the third ending is just, you know. So what is the ending I don't have from this place yet? Yeah, the third ending is the one where we just decide to only focus on Nayla, and that is, to my mind, the most wrong answer. What happened to her is horrible, but what happens to everybody in basically the entire Empire is horrible, and if we have the option to do good for more people... Yeah, in order to get the ending where we make a deal with Mr. Bernoulli or Bernaducci or Perducci or whatever his name is, I would have to go back and switch this systemic violence issue to focus only on Nayla. Systemic refugees. Blackmail the criminal into doing the right thing for once in his life. I don't like it, but I don't like what's going to happen if we don't do it more. Is there anything I can do here that does not involve handing over the photograph before I step out?
Mr. Holmes, you've returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
There's no option to not give him the photograph.
Not yet, Mr. Vogel.
This is gonna eat at me if I don't resolve it. I mean, I assume that Sherlock is going to explain all of this to him, like, after the case. Once everything is closed, but yeah, damn, this is a really weird way to lay out this investigation. Where's the exit to this place? You can't give me that big build-up cutscene and then not give me the option to
Mr.
actually talk
Holmes,
to the
you've
man.
returned. Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
Not yet, Mr. Vogel.
Well, Mind Palace evidence collected in this case. Cardona Chronicle. Lazy Station. This one, City Hall. Okay, well, if that's all the game's gonna give me to work with, I guess we can put this to bed. Not here. Yeah, in Crimes and Punishments and in The Devil's Daughter, they had the same multiple ending route, but the game would not have any way of ending a case except going into the Mind Palace menu and selecting End Case, at which point the case would immediately end with the ending you had selected. Alright, you slithering, slimy son of a salamander. It's time for your punishment.
Have you thought it all through?
Almost. The refugees, what will happen to them?
Well, I wouldn't be standing here in this fancy office if I didn't know how to pull the right strings. In fact, it's the only thing I know. The local governor will receive a decree signed by the House of Lords containing a request to patriate the refugees in the name of the Crown.
From where did you gain such influence?
I never asked you how you found the photograph. So don't ask the magician how he performs his tricks.
But how can I believe you?
Ugh. I presume you do believe in my selfishness. The initiator of the refugee salvation will be none other than the British envoy, savior and protector of those in need.
You could
It's
have
a
done
win
that on your
situation for me
own.
too. Now, what about the photograph?
You deserve to be punished, but the greater good is what matters here. I won't bargain it for justice for Naylor.
I'm glad that this situation is over.
It will be over when you settle the matter of the refugees.
You have my word, Mr. Holmes.
Okay. Yes, now we can turn in our report, now that there's no risk the game will railroad us into picking an option
Holmes,
we
you've
didn't know
returned.
existed.
Have you uncovered anything new about the theft?
I've brought news, but not all of it will please you.
Fill me in, Mr. Holmes. I won't shoot the messenger.
I tracked down Boniface Mercurio.
I presume he wasn't delighted about the situation.
He was not having a good day on account of his murder. Killed in his own flat by the same person that stole his painting.
Oh, sweet Mercurio. Perishing in the pursuit of his art. How apt. I will miss his exceptional sense of humor.
I located the thief, but found him rather cold.
I
He
would
was
skip this, but
tight-lipped
there's
about the
function.
painting too. Huh. It was an...
Wait, yes,
Life
there
is
is.
What about the stolen painting? Have you located it?
I found the painting, but I could not retrieve... Well then, in Bern... I'm afraid you'll have to ask him yourself.
I take it you found something more then. What happened to your crusade of truth? Was it not that important after all?
No truth will satisfy you, Mr. Vogel.
It was not an attack, Mr. Holmes. If you've chosen not to tell me, I respect your intention. But it is just rather boring, isn't it?
It is what it is.
Well, now that we've resolved all of our outstanding matters, I have a gift for you. I took the... I am told it...
Just for completion's sake.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. I am curious to see what you have procured.
I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Mr. Vogel, we did discover the truth. What we do with it once we have it is a completely different issue. Let's not mince words here. Okay. Let's head home and check out what our big sequel hook is, and then the game. And then we can call the stream there, why don't we? I said in our Go Live tweet that I wanted to finish a main case today, and that's exactly what we did.
Just look at this thing. It's huge.
And then a skeleton popped out.
It's a bizarre object, and yet oddly familiar.
Did you just remember something?
Yes. A room full of curiosities and artifacts. I think I can find it in the manor.
Sherlock. So, you continue to pursue the imaginary. I had hoped you might have got all this out of your system by now.
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Get out of my house.
It's my house, actually. I've come to bring you back.
I have no interest in returning, let alone with you. I know you lied about Mother all these years, claiming she was merely ill, But she was unstable. She never had tuberculosis. She was not recuperating, but mentally deteriorating, and you never once thought to tell me. How dare you?
I shall not indulge this petulant tantrum. You can just tire yourself out and then slink back to London with your tail between your legs.
Just tell me everything. I'm an adult now. Show me the basic courtesy of an explanation. You know I will find out eventually.
The goal was stability, and that's what you got. The right thing for everyone was to try and move on from her passing.
The consequences of one's actions determines what is right or wrong.
Yes, exactly. The ends justify the means. After leaving Cordona, Sherlock, you had a normal childhood. In London, I was able to support you, guide you, shape you into a fine and productive young man. You have so much potential, so much to offer society.
But that's not the end. Now I found the truth, and it has shattered everything I knew about her, about you, and about myself. I feel unstable because of you. Your actions were not justified. Lying never is.
Oh, grow up, Sherlock. It was a white lie which has as much use in the realm of the interpersonal as the international. It is time you come to accept that some things are bigger than yourself.
Oh, you are full of it. You like to pretend you care about the big picture, but it's just an ego trip. You like knowing more than others. You like greasing palms and rubbing shoulders with the rich and powerful. You like having eyes and ears everywhere. The fact it helps the nation is incidental, because all you care about is yourself.
It's true. I have agents everywhere, including Cordona. If you weren't so damn stubborn, you'd realize that means I'm only here for you.
Okay, thanks, Anichan. Bye. Well, that was certainly a note to go out on. I guess that's as good a stopping point as we're gonna be getting for a while. Thank you all for showing up. Yeah, Mycroft and Sherlock have quite a relationship. In extended canon, moreover than in fiction. In the original fiction, rather, but, tomorrow we will see what new, presumably awful memories this spooky, scary skeleton has unearthed from Sherlock's mind. And then, because we currently have almost zero monies... Oh, well, it's still less than I'd prefer to have. I think we're gonna do side quests, or possibly start on this guy's big DLC mission. That is the limitations of what I can get out of this game. So I'm gonna have to make it go quiet while I alt-tab out of it to click on other stuff. If we're all feeling up to it, I would like to take a moment to check if there's anybody in desperate need of raiding. If all of you would be alright with that. Let's see, who's live right now? Who is live? What are they playing? Do we want to watch... Ooh, hold on. Hold on, how long has this person been streaming for? Only 18 minutes. Okay, they're just starting. Alright, I've made up my mind. We're going to be raiding, if everyone is feeling up to it. We're going to be raiding Lucy Bubs, who is currently playing Death and Taxes. A weird, fun game where you play as a bureaucrat working in the department of people being dead, and you have to balance death's books. It's very fun. Please show her all of the courtesy you did show me today. Thank you all for showing up, and I will see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. basically.